Good evening and welcome. 1 hour. Yep, we missed the target, so now we have to wait another hour to start. Those are the rules. I make the rules. That's just how we follow them. I was just getting I was a bit slow on getting the stream started. Was eating dinner and I was thinking like, yeah, I can just watch the last of this episode, and then it was kind of getting a bit close, and then I looked at it and was like, ah, damn, still 15 minutes left. So, alas, I had to rush. There. So we are playing some Dyson Sphere. I see there's also some notifications here on Discord. There's always notifications on Discord. You asked, we listened. The Tectonica demo is back on Steam as the Tectonica prologue. Okay. All right. So still no release date on Steam. Would be nice for Tectonica. I was just kind of hoping that it just still says just coming soon, whenever that might be. So that's kind of one of those. Ooh, now in the elevator, maybe lurking for a while. Sounds nice to get your dinner delivered to you. So I'm, yeah, Tectonica is definitely a game we're going to be playing when it comes out. And Foundry as well. I hope they don't come out at the same time. It's just, it would just be typical that we're sitting here waiting and then they both come out like, I don't know, end of February or something. Good evening together. Hey, Buckle Tulbert, you are definitely German. There is no way you're not German. I can instantly see that you're German. It is such a classic thing. It's only Germans who say hi together or good evening together, because that's a literal translation from just hello zusammen. But that's not good. It's just such a classic thing. Manilaw's next game on radar. Not on mine. I don't think there's anything interesting about that. Yeah, guten Abend zusammen. Yeah, exactly. It's a zusammen, which is, yeah, directly translated together. Hello, Fennec. Alright, so we have a... Yeah, next game on my list. Well, tomorrow we have a release of a new game. This weekend, next week actually, is going to be really stressful for me. Not necessarily gaming wise, but it's my daughter's 13-year-old birthday, so that is taking up basically the whole week. Calypso Protocol, there is no way I'm playing that. No way. Midnight Suns is tomorrow, and I'm just thinking maybe we do a first look at that on Monday and just kind of gauge the interest for that. And then yeah, Tuesday, day off, that is my daughter's birthday, so we're gonna go out for dinner. And well, I mean, maybe I'll casually stream later on, and then it'll be Valheim next week. And Wednesday will be Ixion release. That's the next big thing, right? Ixion release on Wednesday, isn't it? It must be Wednesday next week, on the 7th. Wednesday next week, indeed, on the 7th. Friday isn't Darkest. This Friday is tomorrow is Darkest Dungeon. Yeah, I rather want to play Darkest Dungeon than I want to play Midnight Suns, because honestly I don't think there's going to be a lot of interest for Midnight Suns, to be honest. But I'd still like to give it a shot and try it, and then we can see if there's an interest, and then we can take it from there. I feel, my feeling about it, based on what I've seen so far, is that it looks like it's really well made. It just has no soul. And like, because I just don't care about Marvel heroes. They are so irrelevant. I just don't care. It's just, yeah, I strain myself and I just don't care about Marvel superheroes. They are just so irrelevant. So yeah, so that's, if it was set in an XCOM, I would be totally in on it because XCOM is pretty cool. Yeah, Callisto Protocol. Yeah, I think a lot of people will be playing that. Not me. But Ixion will definitely be a game that I'll be playing a lot of. So I think that'll be dominating next week in terms of that. So from next week, I think that it's going to be mainly Ixion and Valheim we'll have on the, that's gonna be the two games. So we'll probably wrap up Dyson Sphere depending on how well we do and how what the interest is like. I mean, it's mainly from the perspective that I think we've done most of the designs by now, and we can see how far we go. And if we've done all of the designs, then all the science designs, then I think we're pretty much there. First look videos helps with the learning curve. Thank you. I do like those. I like making them, and they also sort of seem to perform really well. It's also a great way for me to sort of, when I make episodes, detailed episodes for games that are already existing, like Dyson Sphere, then that's mainly for the existing audience. It doesn't draw in a lot of new audience. So drawing a new audience with a new first look, so people will find the first look video and then will find my channel and then they go like, hey, I like his style, hopefully. And then maybe they'll watch something else. That is the plan. Anyway, plan is also, let's get started on the game. Yeah, this is not gonna work. Looking for Valheim, not Valheim. Yeah, so speaking of Valheim, I know it's not what we are on agenda today, but I spent a lot of time today on making that video today, and I knew it. And it was true that it is woefully underperforming. It is the worst video of all the videos I've done recently. So it's really sad in that regard. Oh, that is, we have to go back a bit in time. And it's, I knew it because it's a build video, and build videos, like, there are so many build videos on YouTube and they're always more impressive, but this is like a build video that sort of is the context of what we're doing. That is still the right color, so we'll take that one. Spaceship City Builder. What? Spaceship City Builder? What? Cosmoteer is, there you go. Now it's back to the original color. And we have some things we need to take a look at. If we look at our designs, then we have purple late game, purple early game. Yeah. And green, we only have one. Why do we only have one? Does that make sense to only have one? I don't think so. And then we'll make yellow as well. Yellow. What is this? Huh. That's a pretty simple build. That's now I understand why that build was like, that's a really good build. Why am I not using that? I am. That's why it's here. Don't I have another green one that's bad? That is not a green one. No, don't have green. What is this making? I have no idea what this is making. Oh, quantum chips. Oh. And this is making what? More quantum chips. Okay. Shouldn't be here though. The yellow science is what we'd like to design today. We'll probably have to do two. Let's look at... Oh, I need to do... planets. And I just need to figure out. So here, that was on Lorenzo Lewis, Everlist. We should probably go to... There's another one we haven't done anything. Magmarel is nanotube, so that's probably just a water world. Silicon and diamonds is the only thing we have at Gynacube Swammer, so that should probably be okay. Well, I need to figure out why we don't have any of this. I think that's just the first thing we need to figure out, is why are our processor builds running out? They should not be running out. What do we think it is? Silicon, I guess? Or iron, actually. Iron could be a thing. It's like a movie plot, finding random factories. Yeah, I mean, it's those old builds that I put in and then kind of adapted, and then that means they are like, yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, where are we heading? We're heading for Gynacube. Processor 337 per second. Iron, copper. We might be running out of iron and copper on this planet. That might be... No. It must be silicon running out. It's just weird that we have 3 of those warnings, and then we have 5 warnings on the rockets. It's so much easier once you get to the infinite science that you have all these notifications, that you can trace what it is, what the problem is. And let's see. Okay, so I want to go to Swammer, but we have to go to Ortho. That's the one. Anyway, it's pretty close to where we wanted to go anyway. Silicon, yeah. Weird. I have 16 million silicon in this planet, this system. Get on with it. That's 4 million here. There's nothing there. There's 11 million here. Well, silicon 360. Yeah, but maybe if we look at it, it is using 2 to 1. Okay, so I'm using 360. Alright, let's go to Swammer. That's the one we have to fix. Maybe it's just not keeping up, the mining part that is. Nope, it is keeping up. And you are also keeping up. Okay, so something is not working. Oh, wow, we forgot to bring it off planet. Wow. Well, that's certainly going to change a lot of things. Yay, it's not me. Oh, wait, it is you. All right, well, that's nice that we found a very, very reasonable and simple solution to that problem. Well, the good news is we wanted to go to this planet anyway. And that, what was it we wanted to build here? That is purple sign. No, yeah, yellow signs. Yes, let's make some yellow signs. Let's do some magical yellow signs here, because that's kind of the next in line. Ooh, but we should also figure out why we do not have those rockets. 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5. That could obviously be a matter of processors. Hold on, no, that can't be processors, can it? Oh, there we go. I think it's titanium alloys. But what's the problem with titanium alloy now? Ah, this never ends. so yellow signs, we'd have to figure out when we make yellow signs, what do we have? We only have blue and red signs available, so that kind of constrains a lot of things in terms of what we actually have. I guess we have to figure out why this is not working. Hello, cheerleader for some minutes. Oh yeah, yeah, it has all reset. And well, it's nice. Then you should also say something afterwards so we can see your #1 bit leader. There we go. Ah, Casper, you go. Taking the second place on the leaderboard for now. Oh, crap. We don't have it anymore. Everlist. Where do we have it? Alloy. That is on Tekevaro planet. Don't really know if there's a glitch with covering planet foundation not triggering. The glitch is you have not covered the planet in foundation. That's it. It works fine. It's just that when you think you covered the whole planet, you haven't. You're missing somewhere. And Silver Cecil taking the 3rd position. Hey, thank you, patrons. Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it on a planet that's already has buildings on it. Do it on a new planet, and then 325,000 concrete later. If you do it on the home planet or something, then it's really, really difficult to see what is missing. What is the issue with the titanium alloy? Ah, steel! You're kidding me. Ah. Hey, Anonymous taking the 1st position. Oh, damn. We do know it's either Gynacube or it is Lorenzo Lewis we have to go to for fixing this. They're both really far away. Let's go here. And Urchulac is where we go. And it's just more warping. Go. And we are now, yeah, en route. We are in warp space as usual. Let's do the time warp again. What? Yeah, so this is a good opportunity to thank the patrons supporting my channel, the ones who still stick around. I really appreciate it. It's been really hard for me to keep the patronage of everyone. Well, obviously, but it's unfortunately in a rather steep decline, and it's always like the beginning of the month is pretty bad. But that does not mean that certainly not everyone, and I'm super happy about people who continue to support or choose as new to join in on Patreon. And let's see, north that way. And go. I think it's the fact that I don't make anything that caters particularly to patrons. Like Masterclass was a really good example, or mega base in a book or base in a book with one episode for each. Those just really make a lot of sense as generating patronage content. I think that's probably it. So when I find something, it'll probably change. What are we missing? Oh, it's the hats. The hats. Get the hats. Thank you, Index Arranged. So far so good. And unfortunately the lava planets are always more difficult to get here. That one, and yeah, 5x5. In the tube, 5x5. And then we do hold on. Yeah. 15 million iron, 15 million copper. That is what we're looking for. And back here. Onwards to the next. That's this location. That one. Next, that's going to be the equator. It's here. Just fly another rounder here. Easy way to do it. Oh, do we have silicon here? Only 1.2 million. Yeah, the bots are flying fast. Yeah, we got a few upgrades. It makes a big difference. Can you travel between plants in this game? Plants? Planets? Yes, we do that all the time. We just traveled from one solar system to another. You have the entire sector to at your beck and call. 64 planets. No, 64 stars with I don't know how many planets around them, and we just got some more logistics carrier capacity. Yeah, so this definitely has this is a brand new planet that we're landing on, and now we're in the process of terraforming it to our specifications. And to the last one, that's the last circumference, and then we probably have something on the meridians. It'd be unlikely that they would be functioning without problems. Yeah, I mean like this, for example, obviously not working. And yep, now we go up. This is, yeah, 90. And we'll just do paste. Oh, it's also misplaced. Alright, let's start from up here. Let's start with those lines. That line is fine. That line is not fine. Anything else? What about the next line? That's also not fine. And that's not fine. Okay. And I'll place it again. Where is it? Oh, there's a problem right there. And also that one. Was it here? I guess it was. And here. Nope, that one. Anything else? Those blue lines look fine. Finally, we got it. Oh, and we did not have any of that. Alright, so we built this. First, I find it more engaging than Factorio. When you look up in the sky, you see your Dyson Sphere and the star in your system. It's amazing. You can fly and look at every single mirror from the swarm, and you can fly through the sphere. Yeah, exactly. I completely agree, and this is also why I'm not saying I'm well, maybe I am worried about Factorio expansion, because Factorio has lived very long on the fact that it was the first, and being the first is good because you have a first mover effect, but they have allowed everyone else to not only catch up but also just overtake them. And now two guys and a good idea can make a factory game that is as good as Factorio. Not scale, not the performance wise, of course not, but from a gameplay and just enjoyment perspective, then the bar is getting higher and higher for Voop to reclaim that throne. They're still going to be the first, but they're not necessarily, they're not the best. Which factory games are as good as Factorio? Captain of Industry is as good in my opinion, and Dyson Sphere is better. And Satisfactory is more popular. So that's also a metric of better. So don't like Satisfactory? No, that's totally okay, but it's that's a personal preference, and not necessarily that I don't find it impressive as a factory game, but it's still an impressive game, and it's very popular, and it remains popular because it remains sort of active and engaging with the community, and with more regular updates, then there's a connection, so they stay relevant. I think that's the best. They stay relevant. And Factorio has, that's just the only people playing Factorio. It's only speedrunners or people playing overhaul mods, and pretty much, right? And it's just okay. That's a pretty good sign that it It needs something new. When I first played it in early access, it was a never before seen concept. Exactly, it was never before seen, and that's exactly, they have the first mover effect, but that's like 6-7 years ago, and time has moved on, and the bar has been raised significantly in the meantime. But DSP, you need decent graphics. Yeah, but I mean, you need a PC for every game, and I don't play mobile games, so I expect the games they play to have some PC scale requirements. Oops. Alright, so if you look at it, I don't care about the titanium, not until I need titanium. So, or maybe I should care about titanium. Let's see, is there any... Oh, that one. Okay, there's a little space here. Like that. There's a bit of space, and this is a bit of space between here. Yeah. Oh well. And what else? What about coal? Irrelevant. Stone? Irrelevant. Titanium. I don't know if we, yeah, I don't know anything about the Factorio expansion. But I think it's nice that Factorio has made it into a genre that other people are joining in, because more competition is better for us as consumers, and especially for someone like me who can't really be just doing Factorio and just living off of that. Probably could, but don't want to. It was one of the things that I was most worried about from content creation, and what's been most of my main focus for the last many years, 2-3 years. But I think that I've moved beyond that right by now. Like the idea that people came for Factorio, and if I didn't do Factorio, I would sort of fade into irrelevance. I haven't played Factorio in a long time, and there are still a few people around, so that's nice. Thank you. We're gonna need some more power for this one, this planet. I remember just when Dyson Sphere came out, I was like, yes, this is it. Also Satisfactory, where I was like, oh, this is good. This is I knew instantly that it was gonna be a new main game. I wish Cosmoteer had more gameplay, because I think it's, first of all, my videos are super popular, so that's really nice how I somehow managed to get them to become popular, and also I'm getting pretty good at it, and it's pretty, it has the right level of technical aspect to it that is making it interesting. But it just has, like, it's a sandbox that they sort of tagged on a story or a campaign or concept, and it just needs a bit more than that. Valheim is also really nice, but unfortunately I don't do the right kind of Valheim content for YouTube. But I very much enjoy it, and I really wish it would be. It could also be successful on YouTube. That would be so nice. Because it's Valheim is just one of the. It's a game that I just want to play, and so is Cosmotier. Not so much with Dyson Sphere right now because I've been playing it a lot, but Dyson Sphere has also been one of those games where I've just loaded up on my own time. I just need to do this little thing here, this preparation here for the next video or for the next stream or that kind of thing. I really like that. That's a good sign. Yeah. What is the correct style of Valheim gameplay for YouTube? It is it's right stuff right now. Right now it's of course being the first to break the news about all the new stuff in Valheim, however small, like top 10 new things in Valheim and or in Mistlands, and you won't believe there's something, or walk through farming guide for Mistlands, like or pets to tame in Mistlands, like all the things, or vulnerable locations, or all the things that are related to the new content. So you should have like 10 videos on the new content, with one for farming, one for build materials, one for enemies, one for I don't know monsters, one for bosses, one for all those things should be just churning out videos here in the first couple of weeks after a new big release, while I'm just here doing starter content again. Because I really like to tell that story, and I want people to sort of join in on the story. And if I rushed, then I wouldn't enjoy it, and therefore I'm not rushing. So to hell with the YouTube views. But it will still be something that I'm not going to be continuing to do these kind of build videos, because they're so much work and they're just not very rewarding. So I'd rather be telling the story, and if we have some cool builds, then maybe. That's a lot of patches on this planet. Oops, now we're out of... crazy.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Steadfast loyalty. Thank you. Dyson Power. 3 months. Appreciate it. 7 things you missed in Valheim in Mistlands. Number 6 will shock you. Right. Hey, Cashmere Goat, thank you for the 200 bits. And reclaiming the throne for the month of December. And SVS 1000, thank you for the 2 months. You have returned, and welcome back. Oh, I feel we're pretty much there now. Wow, that's problematic, I'd say, because if I didn't have to take this, if I didn't take this, screw it, this one's gone. This will be paved over. Alright, let's go up and get some more power for this planet. Who has it on the first day of the month? Matters who has to throw in the last. I think it. Neither of them matter very much, except for sort of for me. I really appreciate it, but I'd say reclaiming it on the last day of the month isn't as exciting either. It's because then you don't get to see it. But coming in early and having that standing there in for the majority of the month is it's probably the best impact. Yeah, and we need some power as well. So, yep. Let's start with a small one. Tap tap. And okay, so we can now start paving away. It's planned only for miners? Nope, it's also for smelting. We're smelting things on the planet we're building at. That's kind of how it is. And let's see. What is this planet? This is, oh, it's Urchulak. Urchulak. Let me just, we don't have a color for Urchulak, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't export ore to other planets. I process the ore on the planet that I find it at. So this will be steel. Steel is the first thing we want to get enough of. Then we might do some copper, we might do some iron maybe. We'll do a little bit of, or we'll also do titanium. And then a little bit of silicon just because. That proliferation is unnerving. Which is better for you, Twitch shop plus protector of path or knight of the path, and no Twitch shop? Have a bunch of $10. I only have a Patreon is always better, but I can understand if you. I appreciate that you want to support on both platforms, and I can understand that you'd want to have your Twitch here as well, so you can, when you're in chat, people can see that you are a subscriber. So I totally understand that and I really appreciate that you do both, but objectively Patreon is a bigger cut, because Patreon is a 90% cut to me and Twitch is a 50% cut, so big difference. And what are we looking for? We're looking for these mid-game. Steel. Oh no. For bits too? No. Bits is $1 for me, but you pay a premium when buying the bits. It's super confusing. And like all things, they make it confusing because then you don't really realize how much money you actually spend. So confusing is good from that perspective. Like, but bits is, I think that in the US, if you buy 10,000 bits, you pay $130. So, but if you donate 10,000 bits, I get $100. So that's the 30% cut. Not a 30% cut, less than a 30% cut, but kind of, yeah. That Twitch is taking for that. But subs are, they changed about a year ago so that subs are now regionally priced, which I think is like the worst idea ever. Because that means you don't know what a sub is worth. Like, if someone is in the Philippines, I think Philippines is one of the cheapest, then a sub is less than $2. If you're in Switzerland, most expensive, then the same thank you for subscribing is more than $5. 6, maybe even 7 even. I don't know. The VPN to Philippines to cheaper sub. I mean, it's also going to be less for me, so just do as you do now. Don't sub, then that's going to be the same. Because that's the thing, like, I understand it from the perspective that your personal sub, but gift subs should absolutely not be discounted. Absolutely not. Because that is a gift to the community and to the streamer, of course, and that should not be discounted. Because it doesn't make any sense that should be discounted. Because it counts the same on a hype train, it gives the same value for someone, and the recipient can be anywhere in the world, so that's not dependent on local pricing. It's awful. I understand it from like, yeah, Netflix is cheaper in anywhere in also regional pricing, but yeah, there's a lot of things that when you buy the same product, it costs what the product costs. And it just means that it's less affordable in some place. It's really weird, actually. Yeah. I think Twitch did it. I don't know why, because they're also making less money of it. I have no idea why they did it, but it's awful idea. They had a year where they were like, oh, we're gonna be compensating you if you lose subscribers, or you should be getting more subscribers because it'll be more affordable. That's a bullshit argument. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's just not how things work. It's just not how things work. What they're doing is they're just assuming 100% price elasticity, and there is no way that something like Twitch subs has that kind of price elasticity. It doesn't work like that. People will donate if they feel like it, and will not be like, oh, I can see that subs have now been discounted by 20%, so I'll buy 20% more gift subs. Like, no. And I don't think a lot of people will go like, well, I wouldn't sub at $5, but now that it's $4.50, now I want to sub. That's just, I just don't believe it. So if a Twitch button gift a Filipino patron sub, they pay 3x what it's worth. Yeah. Hello there, freak. But I mean, it is what it is. It's like all things, like these kind of things. It's just take it or leave it. There's nothing I can do about changing it. So it is what it is, and we'll just have to accept that it's basically just a 30% pay cut. Yay. Which is pretty much what it was, what it has been. Right, so we get some steel. Let's throw the steel up here as well. But I also got laid off on Monday. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, don't worry about it. There's no obligation. Anyone can participate as much as they want. But I'm really sorry to hear that you got laid off. Hopefully you got some kind of severance package. Channel play a huge role. I have to admit sometimes it's frustrating not being able to use the channel emotes and not joining a hype train. Yes, I can understand that, and it's one of those things that, like, maybe I'm using you as an example, Isolde, and maybe that's unfair, but it's just hypothetical, right? Like, someone comes in and joins on hype trains and subs and the gift subs, and it's awesome, and then becomes like, okay, I like it here, I'm gonna be hanging out. I think that since instead of gifting 5 subs a month, then I'll be upgrading to a Templar of the Path because it's more value to the streamer. Awesome, there we go. And then there's a hype train and I go like, I already did that, so shouldn't be, you did the other thing instead. I know. And it shouldn't be like, I missed that sub icon, and I also do, and then you end up just doing both of them instead, and it's like, yeah, it's nice, but that's also if you choose to do one instead of the other, then don't do both, or do both. I don't care. It's up to you. Oops, these ones I'm not so keen on. Like working there, and I've been looking for something else. Oh, good. I'd rather increase to master. Oof, then you definitely can't be throwing around on subs around here. Well, you can't, but and that is that's surprising. Yeah, tier 3 sub. Yeah, yeah, tier 3 sub is also 70% instead of the 50-50. But again, they're also regionally priced for odd reasons. Let's titanium this one. Oh, we need copper. What? Okay. Oh, right, someone forgot to remove this. We're gonna run out of that. Oh, look at that. We're not actually getting any new smelters inbound. I would have expected there would be new smelters en route already. Furniture was out for 4 weeks, then got back. They decided to go in a different direction with that position. Wow. Where do you live, if you don't mind me asking? Because that's kind of, that would not fly in Denmark. That's someone really causing me a lot of trouble. Yeah. Past Nilaus is super lazy. It flies. Yes, that is so-called right to work and all that. Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully, the labor market is good, and if nothing else, you can always get a job as on the U.S. railways. I'm sure that there'll be open positions soon. This is problematic. I don't understand it. I don't think I want more of this. And let's make a... I have an idea. And it's a good one. We'll build that here. But only one. Because if I build it here, we can then do FMLA, fuck my life, America. That's what I think that acronym is for. What else? Family Medical Leave Act. Ah, I was so close. I was so close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whoop. Who didn't take that? Hello, AK-90. What is that? Is that a Sorin? Yeah, it is. Yeah, I actually don't know. Yeah. Since I don't have any extra medical insurance here. Actually, I actually don't know how it would work for me if I got unemployed. Like, I suppose I could just go like, well, I'm unemployed now. But what have you been doing for the last year? I've been running my own business, but it's not working, so I'm unemployed. I still think I pay for it. I pay for, because I am I have my own company, then I have to pay to a common fund for pregnancy leave, and it even says like, yes, even if you're a one-man company and you're not going to be pregnant, you still have to pay for the collective pregnancy leave fund. Like, oh, well, that's $200 a year. That's called solidarity. It is. That's how taxes work. I just imagine that they must have had a lot of men in their 40s and 50s running their own company as a consultant or investment or a holding company or some shit like that, who've been taking time away from the busy people at the tax authorities with, why do I have to pay for this? Well, I'm like, yeah, you just pay for it. You pay taxes for stuff you don't need. That's kind of how it is. It's kind of how taxes work. You pay for everything and then you will need some. So that's a problem now. Still not coming in. It blows my mind that we are running out of this. Oh, I don't understand it. Main mood that we don't on. Have one big fund that everyone pays to for maternity leave. Yeah. Out of stone. I don't know. I have no idea what it is. That's the thing. Okay, we did get these two. So I'll also be adding some of that. And I'll add some of there you go. How someone get them pregnant? Problem solved. That is the worst problem solving skills I've ever seen anyone have. Like, yeah. That is sort of the same level if a woman complains about menstrual pain, you go like, well, just get pregnant, then you don't have to worry about that for 9 months. Like, only a man could say that. It's probably not a good solution. Probably not. And off we go. There. Yeah, so here's about introducing to a more the essential part of any programmer's life. So yeah, just but that is, but in all honesty, a lot of couples like late 20s, late early 30s, then they're going like, things are a bit stale in a relationship. What should we do? Oh, let's get a kid. Like, no, that's not gonna bring you closer together. That's not gonna, if you're having trouble now, just imagine being constantly sleep deprived and not having any money and not having any time. Do you think it's gonna get better with you paying more attention to each other? Like, that's the not a good solution. And let's see. Well, the belts are not empty. It's just slow. It's just slow. Yeah, let's take a break. Moscow, I'll approach that topic after the break. There we go. Moscow, the answer is no, and I'll explain it afterwards. Be back in a bit. And welcome back. And right as we started the stream, maybe that was when we talked about it, says about an hour ago. Thank you very much. A new annual Protector of the Path has joined the ranks. Thank you and welcome. And let me just go over here. And back in the game. Alright, so they changed the proliferator to speed, and I was like, are you insane? And then I thought about it, like, yeah, it's 100% speed up. It's twice as fast. It's a really good idea, actually. Because that becomes twice as fast, and it doesn't really matter that we use a little bit more resources for this, but what it matters is that, oh, it went away, damn. That it goes faster. Alright, Dyson Sphere. Dyson Sphere, this is a Dyson Sphere, and what it does is, this one is producing 25.8 gigawatt. We can also find another one that's, this one is, oh, it's almost done, isn't it? Almost done here and almost done. Yeah, look at that. And let's look at another one that's 45. And Everlist. Oof, this is a massive one. 157 gigawatt. So what you do this to generate power. And then you access the power from the Dyson Sphere through ray receivers. Ray receivers can have two settings. They can either get power or they can get critical photons. Critical photons can be made into antimatter, and antimatter is the best fuel in the game, which means you can basically take the power from any sun, convert it into antimatter fuel, take the antimatter fuel, ship it somewhere else, and put it into these ones. There, which generate a lot of power. So that's kind of what you do. You do it just basically for power, and there aren't really any other ways to generate power in high enough quantities. So that's, you have to do it. You have to do that at some point. Something about stacking constructors? No, that's a mod. How many am I storing in the chest? The whole chest full. We just built a... Oops, we increased the buffer size. This one is almost flying out, so I'm just gonna grab a few more because I have 160 here not working, and I can at least get 160 out, right? All right, while we are doing that, let's look at this. If we're gonna build a yellow science build, then we can assume that we have this. We cannot, yeah, we can assume we have this. That means we can use planetary logistics, we can use drones, we can use conveyor belts. Can we use... high strength crystal? That one. What about proliferation? Proliferator Mark 2, but not 3. Okay, so let's keep that in mind. Hello, Rightfulson. In the end game, I changed most of my assemblers in the hub to speed. It's much better for massive building. You're right. Yeah. Usually it's not a problem, but in this case, yeah, it's kind of a problem because I've been extracting too much. So, off we go. Fly away. Yeah, hold on. Now that we are here, I have 100 of those. I think 100 should be fine. Oops, tab. Let's go. So without Sphere, you can't use receivers. You can use receivers for just a swarm. A swarm will they will expire. That's basically the same solar sails, but when you put them, the sails into a Dyson Sphere, then they never expire. So a swarm is great for power in the beginning, but at some point you realize that you're just burning resources for power, And that's kind of one of those things where it doesn't really feel great. Didn't you fix processor? Yes. Well, I didn't fix processor, but I found out what the issue with the processor was. The issue with the processor was lack of silicon, so now I've added more silicon here and there, and that should be enough. And if it's not, then we'll see. They have not gone in here. That means all the stuff that got flown out of the hub did not go here, but went to somewhere else that was needed. Interesting. And that's gonna get us more. Alright, so I think that I can't build more here anyway, so this will be good. Let me mark that on. What are we building? We are building 20, 60, 120 steel, 120, and 180 titanium, 180, and silicon 60, and copper 360. There. But this will now also be our design location, so I guess we'll be designing it here. No, I can't do that. I can design it. No. I want to design it on the northern part. Okay, we'll find somewhere else. I want to design it up here. One, two, three, four, five. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's right. Hello, Nasonius. What's today's project? That's what we're gonna get started on right now. We just had a few idle things to fix. Alright, if Virtual Lake is not here, then we're gonna get color in the meantime. Just because I can't see a damn thing on this color. So we'll do that color. Why is it not? Oh, it's because it's... There. That got nice and warm and a good contrast. Here, that green color is very, very readable. Alright, so let's start by going down here and figure out all the things we need. So, we need to build yellow signs. Woohoo! We need titanium crystals and we need diamonds. Diamonds, we will always just get those inbound because they're a standard product. So that's easy. And then titanium crystals will just be, oh, that's gonna be easy. Titanium and crystals, organic crystals. I am not going to do anything aside from this. Does that make sense? Yeah. Because, okay, so in the very beginning, obviously we don't have a place where we can request organic crystals from. So I'll make a separate build that makes organic crystals. And lo and behold, I already have that. I think. Did I delete all my own science builds? I did, didn't I? No, it's just in here. There. These ones. These two are just making enough. So that is already done. Ooh, I'm using conveyor marks too. Okay. There won't be a standard product this early in the game. Nope, but that's why I want to build it this way and then have a separate build, because when you build at the very beginning, you just stamp down your separate build. So that's why. But I try to both make an end game build and an earlier game build, and it's kind of difficult. So the late game build. Diamonds, easy. How many do we need of these? They are on a 8-second cycle. Yeah, 8-second cycles. So I need, what's that? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's what we need. We need 4 of these, and then that is with proliferation. With the blue proliferation. So let's start by making the late game build and then taking a look at what it would look like in the earlier game. The only thing we're actually going to build here, this is also why I'm doing it this way, because it's much easier. So we need 4 inbound. Yes, 4 inbound in order to get 5 outbound. So 4 inbound, and that means I need to produce 4 divided by 1.25, that's going to be 3.2. So I need to produce 3.2, and this is on a 4-second cycle. Times 4, that means I need 12.8 of these, but they are crafting speed 1. That's 8.5, so I need 9 of these. Would it done? Jump to an early save and stamp it down. See if it's right. Only way to test it. Why? I mean, yeah, maybe. I might do it, but I also might not. That's it. It's super simple. Do we have Mark II at this point? We have Mark II, yes, but not Mark III. Do we? No, I'm not actually sure. It's a good point. No idea where the assemblers are. There. Yes, we do. I'm gonna assume we do. Yeah. And we also have Mark III belts, but we don't want to design it for Mark III belts. It should work with Mark II belts. Alright, so what I do is I do 2 separate builds. The first build I do is the late game build, and then I'll build it, design it, and then I'll build the early game build and see what it looks like, and then just sort of iterate back and forth. So the reason why I'm looking at this is to get a sense. This will also be proliferated with that one. 25%, this is 20%. Okay, so now we do the other thing. That's actually a bit problematic. Because if I don't have proliferation Mark III, then 40 of these, these 4 stacks here will not generate enough. They will generate, this will be 4 per second times 1.2. That'll be 4.8. So I would need to have, instead of, instead of 32, 4 times 8, then I'd need 33 point something. That means I'd actually have to make it. Yeah, those process builds are not happy. Yeah, that's weird. Okay, so at this point we would need to have 5 divided by 1.2, that's 4.16 or 17 that we need to produce, and then I divide it by the proliferation 1.2. That means I need to output 4 or 3.47 out of this one, and each of these take 4 seconds. That's excluding proliferation, so times 4. Ah, I hit numlock. Ah. What? What the hell? Oh, this is weird. 5 divided by 1.2. That is input here. That's 4.17. Divided by 1.2, that's 3.47. Times 4. That's 13. That's 14. 14 of these. It's not bad either. It's not a problem. Early on labs as well. Stack height shouldn't be a problem, but let's confirm. It starts as 3 for labs, 4, 5, 6, 7. You're right, 7. Well done. I was sure this could be done, but alas, not the case. Good check. There. So this is the initial build, and this is the better build. And this is me, yeah. I mean, I don't think there's any challenge about this. The only thing is, like, would it make sense to build one and then be able to upgrade it? I think so. It's not that far off. Like, this is 9 and I would probably build 10, so we can build the whole thing like this size, and then yeah, it doesn't matter that I make room for more than I have to. The 14 here, is 14 better to have at one stretch or to have out in this shape? I think this shape is nicer. Yeah, let's do that. Right, what do we then need inbound for this? We need titanium, organic crystals, diamonds, and the finished product. And I should probably use another. No, I think I'll have this as the output exclusive. Yeah. And then that will be 4, this will be 3, 4, and 3. Since this is not going to be constrained in terms of space, then we might as well build it in a nice way. Actually, I think I want to build it out here. But then I'm going to get diamonds out here. And that will be proliferation, proliferation, and these will also be proliferated. Now 4 wide, that's no. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 plus 12. That's 20. And it can go up to 25. I'm just thinking, what if I build it like this? And then, yeah, these would have to be coming in to the middle. And the other one also goes into the middle, because I'm gonna have towers on the outside here as well. Nice and symmetrical, and then this is the return. Like that. And that will be, yeah. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we can actually make it pretty small compared to what it is now. That. Wish we had a cut function. Yeah. Missing proliferator? Yes, we do. And then the 2. Ooh. Yeah, that's not good because the proliferator. I know I misplaced it. Yeah. Maybe like that. And that proliferator. Ah, so difficult to click on them. Will be here and here. Because that means I can now build. That's a fine place to build it. Ah, so nice that for once we don't have an ultra complicated build. Or is it? I don't know. I think it's nice, this almost trivial. Have they fixed when you paste the blueprint over a belt, not letting you paste it? No, nothing different. If you paste it so that it has one overlap, then it connects nicely as it always has. And if you paste it differently, then it probably doesn't work. Yeah. Anyway, we have, that's still a lot of things we haven't done here. And the good thing about this is if we look at it and then go in, when it's fully upgraded, it doesn't need to be this much. It can be smaller, but that doesn't matter. This is perfectly fine. This. I like this. There are still a few challenges, like where the hell do we place our power poles? Like this is fine, but what about other places? Yeah, where do we place our power poles? Like obviously here is an awful place. Okay, let's build. I mean, it's obvious that I want to build them in here, but then I'd need to push the other one further. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 plus 12 is 24, and it's allowed to be 25 wide. That's the maximum length. So I could bring it a little more out, but how can this be? What? Oh shit. Yeah, this is actually, this could be one further out, and if it was, okay, this could be one further out. Now it's symmetrical. And if I did that, we could use a better design for power poles. Again, highly inconsequential, but maybe we like this better? No, not really. This is, it's just barely covering here, and I don't think it'll cover when we move it down to that side. I could move it one closer, and I think I will. Yeah, it worked. Worked. Now this has better coverage here. Yes. What is the requested chest for? This one? Proliferation. Go in, out. You go here. Up. So that's the power here. I mean, it's a simple build, and it is not going to be any challenge to make it fit, but the challenge here is more along the lines of make it just look really nice and neat, and I think we're so far it's pretty good. So now they're all 4 high, and I would need to get 2 of them a little bit higher to make the first blueprint work. So that one. Oh, that's a nice new little blueprint. What is your trick to make sure that blueprints works on all parts of the planet? I often get placeable. Okay, so yeah, that's a good. It's a really good, good question, because I do have a trick. This is my trick. First of all, it's 2 tricks. First is, it's never going to work all over the planet, and I don't want it to work all over the planet. I want it to work. I designed my blueprints to work in this band between here and here. Sometimes I build them up here, but this one, for example, doesn't work up there because this is 25 wide and it can only be 23 wide if I want 2 next to each other. So this one is one that must be in the central area. Mashing it up here is not going to work because there's just not enough room, and this is not what belongs here. So factories belong in the middle of the planet, and that's this area. Now, that was the first thing. The second thing is, there are 2 things that can go wrong. One is you design it somewhere, and then as you stamp it down somewhere where the tiles are smaller, it gets squished, and that means, for example, a proliferator and a splitter, they slightly overlap, but they didn't overlap where you built it. That, in order to avoid that, you always build it or design it closest or in this zone furthest away from the equator. So it's closest to the next one, because this is the where the tiles are the smallest. So if anything would overlap, you're going to see it here. The second problem you can have is that you design the whole thing and it's nice and neat, and then you stamp it down, and then suddenly, because you stamp it down somewhere where the tiles are bigger, then the power poles don't reach, and there's sort of a little inserter here and there that's out of reach. In order to do that, you would have to design it down here. But since power poles are a much smaller concern than make it really tight and then find out that you build it too tight, then I always design close to this border where the tiles are the smallest, because then I know that it will always work here. And yes, I'll then check it to see if it works here with the power poles, and if it doesn't, then I'll just adjust it. So that is my tricks to it. Just finished the research track tree and did the basic of everything. Not sure what else to do other than try and ramp up science and a ton. Yeah, that's pretty much what you'd want to do. Galrush, that's pretty much it. Like exactly like a Factorio. But what you will see in Dyson Sphere, unlike in Factorio, is that things will break a lot faster. Because in Factorio, you basically, it's not, there aren't that many things that break. And when things break, you can just look at it on the map, and then you can see instantly that, oh, the copper mine is stuck, or the trains are stuck, or something like that. But here you have to rely on warnings, and those warnings will then mean that you will have to fly there and fix it. So there's a lot more responding to disasters in Dyson Sphere than there is in Factorio, once you get sort of want a consistent power going. And by that measure, it's also more engaging to do that. Yep, I think this is done. We're gonna just go 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. And then I have a good idea that I hope works. Oh, that one should definitely be disabled. Isn't this good? We'll need to copy paste it somewhere else, like on the home planet, but I really like this design. Yeah, I'm gonna just flag these, and then I'm gonna take the blueprint for it. Oh, what is this called? What is structure matrix, right? 5 per sec, and then I'll make early game. That's a way too long title. Do not like. This one and this one and oops, not this. Yellow signs. What is the other one called? Information matrix, purple, 5 per second. I remembered how to do it. Sweet. Early. This one is late game. This one's called early game. Couldn't we call it something else than early game? Like, because it's like start first, first maybe? Or initial, or I don't know what to call it, but by that metric it should also be called final. And this one should be called initial. Not good names. This is actually the early one, or initial. Good. I never learned the names of the signs, just the colors. And pretty much non-stop. Yeah. Is it missing and one out sorter? South Road. It does! Damn. Good spot. It was not just that. It was the whole damn thing for this. Huh. Well, off we go again. That's actually a good check to see if this one is divisible by 3. That's probably a good idea, right? There are, every one of these have 2 inputs, 1 output, 2 inputs, 1 output. Then it should be divisible by 3. It was divisible by 3, but 63, that doesn't sound right. 66, that's something with, that's definitely, again, divisible by 2 as well. And everything here is divisible by 2, so that's probably more right. I think those are that's a really hard thing to teach people, like having an intuition for whether things are correct or not correct. I think that's it's also an interesting thing because you can't really learn it. You just kind of when people go like, "Oh, did you know that something," and you go like, "Nah. That doesn't make any sense. No. Like, why not? Well, that would be the equivalent of 10 people doing this every day, all day, and you would, nah, that just doesn't seem correct. Right. Nobody knows the names. They just say light blue and purple. Yeah. Is it Gatorade? No, is it Gatorade or is it? No, it's Mountain Dew that's illegal to sell in, at least in Denmark, but also probably a lot of other European countries. Yeah. It has a, I can't remember what it's called. Something with buy something. That is a, no, it's not too much sugar. You can sell sugar, but you can't sell products with that has cancerous cancerogenics. I think that's what it's called. You can actually. Is it? Or is it Gatorade? I thought it was... Maybe it's just... Yeah, you can buy Mountain Dew, but it's bromine. Yeah, bromine. Ooh, yeah. Don't put that in things you're supposed to drink. Yeah, it's probably a different recipe. Yeah, it is. It's bromine. Yep. Or bromine, but whatever. It's not good for you. So this is the first build, and then I'll do the second build, and then we'll go home to our home planet and test. There. So now we take this design. Whoops, now I just remembered something we don't have. Let's request 200 of these. Boom. It caused memory loss. Lovely. It's not good for you. Alright, there, that one, then we stamp it down exactly where we want it. We want it exactly there. And look how crisp it is, absolutely crisp. But this one will then be upgraded. I can't remember, I know, yeah. So if you are using this as a blueprint, and I'm supposed to only have 10 of these, or technically only 9, would I really make a lot of change to this? I mean, I'm kind of leaning towards just doing something like there. That's 10. And then also these two. And also that one. Yeah, I think this is better. This is the final build. It has the same footprint as the other one. That means if you build the initial one and you want to upgrade it, then it's just taking these two out and upgrade the belts. We'll also downgrade the belts as well. Where do I get this blueprint? You just write blueprints. Then there's a fancy link to my website, and everything that I save here is instantly upgraded. BVO is banned from use as a food additive. Pepsi Diet removed BVO from their sodas. Yeah. Easy as that, indeed. So as soon as I save, I don't have to do anything. It just automatically synchronizes to my... Can someone help our poor new friend out with the link to the blueprints? Yeah, so we just... Oh, no. Why you would include the titanium crystal as part of the build rather than making it separate? Because it has 0 value as a separate thing. 0 value. There. It's used for Casimir crystals. Casimir crystals is used for one thing, and that's the plane filter. So for the plane filter build, plane filter build, yeah, sounds weird. Or more specifically, for the quantum chip build, I built the plane filters. For the plane filter build that's part of the quantum chips, I built the Casimir crystal. And the Casimir crystals that's part of the plane filter build, that's part of the quantum chip build, I built the titanium input, because it's only used for 2 things. That thing and this thing. So I don't want this to be something I build on a planet and then don't have enough of, and then bring it in when I need it, because that means if I want to scale science, then I also have to keep in mind that I need to scale this thing. And I don't like it. It's awful. I need titanium is something I need for a lot of things, so we just need more titanium. Organic crystals is something we don't need for a lot of things, but we just need to mine some organic crystals, and then voila, we have it. That's why. So that's why I included in this build. And the next thing I want to design is also yeah, I'm gonna let's save this. Structure funny how that is. Matrix yellow, and this is final 5 per sec. Yellow signs, and that uses the blue ones and the blue ones. Boom. Now we have these two. They're slightly different. And I will then also paste this one. And we have titanium on this planet, so what we need to get additionally is get some stuff inbound. That is some diamonds inbound, and over here we get some organic crystals inbound. Victoria blueprints, new, yes. Oh yeah, and my Cosmeteer blueprints. Working on a full 5S for all signs, yes. We're just missing the red and the blue, and I don't think the red one is easy because that's just basic materials in, and the blue one is also pretty easy, so that's should be simple enough. And then for all of them, I am looking at building a simple one and a late game one. Like an initial one with the tech you have available exactly when you build it, and then the other one that's later on. I'll do that. They're building. And come on. Ship it out. Yeah. Yay! 15 yellow signs. And then we just make a yellow box icon and write 15. Oops, not there. Okay, that is pretty good. Now, we're not quite done because I need to build the original one with... let's see. Yeah, I need to build it with Mark II belts. But let's just figure out that whether it works or not. They're huffing and puffing, they are full, and they're not really filling up, but here it is filling up, so I guess it's just taking a bit of time before it is full. Alright, these were also running too slow because they were not upgraded to Mark III assemblers, but everything is working, that's good. And we now have another little thing that isn't working here. So let's land on this planet. Alright, 14. I'm just gonna land on this planet, and while I am flying, I want to thank the patrons for supporting the channel and the work I do here. I really appreciate it. Without you, it would not be possible for me to continue. It is by far the most important part of my my income as a streamer, as a content creator, is the patron. So if you are a patron supporter, you can pat yourself on the back that you are helping this whole thing work. So thank you. And come up with some guesses why this is not working? What are we running out of for the small carry rockets?
Our illustrious
JJ Gamboa, thank you for the 13 months, 4 months in a row. Chips, crisps, quantum crisps. I'm sure that's what they're called in the UK. Quantum crisps. Tubes. Got the tubes. Could be something really trivial, like look, we found an empty copper and iron here. Quantum crisps. It's the tubes. It's the tubes. Damn. But Macmoral, you're supposed to take care of our tubes. 150 tubes. Macmoral was supposed to do that. Guy in a cube, Macmoral, is our next jump. No, that's not it. Didn't we? Oh, we were just dreaming of one, right? We didn't take it. We just had wet dreams about it. $21 million. That, oh, that's the optical grading crystal. Hello, Silver Cecil. What? I was sure that it was at Lorenzo Lewis we found it. Huh. And Cashmere Goat, thank you. I thought we found one with 20+ million. That one had 5 million.
A gleaming endowment.
Ooh, Triple X, thank you. 1,000 bits. You take the lead on the leaderboard for this month. We know it's there. We know it's there. It's hiding out here. I'm sure it was a blue one. I wasn't sure, but I think it was a blue one. First one. Come on. Nice quantities here. 129.
A kind gesture.
And JJ Gamboa, thank you for the 200 bits more. Hey, Vichu, thank you. Good to see you.
Champion returns. Welcome.
Level 3. Sustaining that for a very long time. If we can keep you around for a little bit longer, then you get all the way up to a 4-year badge. 5 million. I know there was a better one. 2 million. Ooh, 2 million. I know someone last time said, like, maybe you should mark it so you can find it again. I was like, it's gonna take no time to find it. I don't need that. I don't need those notifications. Now I'm just gonna go through the same ones again.
Our illustrious champion returns.
I was sure we had a good one. Tomsky, thank you for the 20 months. That's 2 metric years. 1.9 million. Pathetic. Water. Ooh, Cashmere Goat. Wow. 2 million. Where? This is weird. So we don't have it or what? I was so sure that we had one that was good. But now it's just not there. It's gone.
A gleaming endowment.
That's so strange. Ooh, hey, Loki Avenger with the 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I'm just gonna be. I'm just completely phased out here, and then you go ahead with that. Am I the only one who's just remembers that? Ah, don't press that. Don't touch escape. I really feel there was a blue one. $5 million. Maybe I was just. Maybe I got confused. That is known to happen. 2 million spiny form. Optical grading. Optical grading 10. I think it was out here with the 21 million, and the other one was 28 million. And I think I must have thought that one of those was actually the spiny form, because it wasn't. Damn. So the best spiny form was one of those out here with 5 million. 2 million. Barely worth going for. And by the way, thank you. Yeah, I must have looked at thank you for getting us to a level 1 train. Can we get more? There's a lot of no, still lot of bits on this this one. 1.3. One of those 2 million. It's just not very much. Oh, we'll take this. That's it. Go. 9 million. That's something. It's a lot of opto. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna take a break. Am I gonna wait 1 minute and 30 till the hype train runs out, or should we get to the next level and then I'll take a break and then I can still come back for that? Menkip. Okay, 12 million next to Tekevara. Okay. Next to? There we go. That's the one. Gamma. And good evening, PJTR. Thank you for the 350. Then we take that one. And hype train tracker. One minute left. Oh, it started so well on this this train. I thought we would just be rolling away, but that's because the bits just don't move the train as much as subs do. So even though there are nice lots of bits, it just doesn't move as much as subs. So 30 seconds, last chance. Ten subs, yeah. Woo, hey Loki, that was just jumping in with half of what we need there. Oof, it's unfortunately a bit late, so it's kind of hard for someone else to jump on in on react to that one and say, yes, okay, we do it. Serious Sam, thank you for the gift up. And we are done. And steak cake. That sounds interesting. Thank you for the prime and welcome. Yeah. Alas, it was a level 1. So, be back in 2 minutes, and then we'll be continuing. Be back in a bit. Oh, save the game. 100. And there you go. Be back in 2 minutes. And we're back. I just realized something that it's probably a good idea to remember to export from this location. Oh, not from this location, but from the locations we were just at. Alright, so Spiniform is the name of the game. In order for us to get Spiniform, we are going to remember to get some of these in inventory. And let's see, where are we? We are at... Yeah. On our 3 science planets, I don't think we're exporting the science. That's pretty bad. But it's not strictly necessary, I think. So we'll go here, and that means we need to find a not a new, but a master of the path who can get the last probably name on a star for this playthrough, probably. That is the one. If you need me. Thank you. We're looking for the masters of the path. So I think the only one that we've seen today that isn't here already is actually Vichu, who's... So we'll get a Vichu star here. Having Valheim withdrawals after the back-to-back overdose. Me too, I am. But then again, I spent the entire day replaying what we already did, so yay. Oh, I didn't even see what this looked like. Just saw that it had good stuff. This is the water planet. Let's go here. Let's see if welcome to hyperspace. There. And then we have exactly 3 remaining names. Guy in a cube. Nope. And this is Spiniform. Damn familiars in there, man. Need to watch the end of yesterday's stream. I'm itching to play myself, but I have issues RL that need to be taken care of. Household tasks and similars. Yep, you gotta take care of those. That is we all have that. And always behind on those. Let's see what else we have here. A bit of titanium, but aside from this, not really anything interesting. A bit of iron and a bit of titanium. Some kimberlite and a fire ice. Okay, so this is wholly uninteresting. Except here. We'll just fly in normal space. Can we get to enjoy this water world coming at us? Splash. Nice. And we're gonna turn this way. And so the way we try to find it is... What? Yeah, the north coordinate down here. Just needs to increase. We're pretty damn close. And then I wonder if we have enough. $1.9 million. We do not have enough. Oh, where did all our stuff go? Oh no. We don't have enough. I thought we had many millions. Damn. That's a problem. Ah, shit. It's the hurricane thing that we want to find. I think we maybe spent like 8 million or something like that on the other one. This is not good. The magma planet? The magma planet shouldn't be taking that much. Missed the spot. Yes. I don't even know what to do about this problem now. I usually just have enough. Alright, let's see how big are each patch. They're about 1 million each. Yeah, about 1 million, so it's gonna be 12 patches. Cody Fox, thank you for this 4 months. Do you have landfill on ILS anywhere? Yes. But it's not the it's not the landfill, it's the soil pile that's missing. I don't know what to do. Would it also be worthwhile to extract the crude oil here? No. Not here, because... yeah, problems. What? Okay, there you go. Opposite of the yellow, this. What was the name of the ice planet that yielded a ton of Earth? There's the Hurricane Stone planet, that's the one. These ice-filled galaxies don't really have anything. Frozen Tundra might actually, because it doesn't have any... it has 100% construction area. Maybe we can go somewhere and do that. How did I just put 10,000 in here and I still have a full inventory? Alright, that was weird. We might have to do it in a awkward, clumsy way, but this looks, let's call it rugged. Oh, this looks good. This is good. Oh, nice. Well, that's very nice of them to put a Frozen Tundra in the same one. Dyson Sphere is just one of those games. You can just keep playing it. It's just... There's always more. And I really want to continue to play it. But I just have to sort of accept that there are other things we should play instead. That will have more interest. I think we're actually running out of this, yeah? But only the poles are... Oh, that's so cool! Nice. Huh. Sweet. That's the lullaby planet here. Okay, let's see. Down. Anything else on the first? Yes, one more. And the first. Next level. That's the only thing at this level. And science died. And the next level. Nothing there, so this is the next. Look at that one. This looks like the last one, to me at least. Ah, did not see that. What? That's not correct. Is it?
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
P Barton, thank you for the 14 months. And that should be... Oh no. Oh no. No! Okay, we'll just cancel this and hope that it's because it was sent over to the other, the other planet we just did. How about Floodland playthrough? Any chance? Nope, no chance. I thought there was. Let's try and be succinct on what is the reason. Right. So Floodland on paper looked good. It was post-apocalyptic survival game. It's colony survival. Yep, it's a genre. It's been done a million times, but hey, it's nice. It can be nice, but in that genre, it's just Frostpunk that's the measuring stick. And if you play a game in that genre that isn't Frostpunk, been a while since I supported the channel, so why not? Thank you. Where are wolves? There we go. I said it. Sure, game not fully ready yet, and a bunch of bugs, but very relative to but you're just saying like if you're acknowledging that it's not really ready and there's a bunch of bugs, hey, Nedius for the win, thank you for the prime. Like, if you're saying that you feel that it's not ready and bugs, then I'm like, why not play Frostpunk? Because that's ready and no bugs, and it's exactly the same genre. And I think that's the argument, that there isn't any argument why you wouldn't play Frostpunk or any of the other ones in that genre instead of this. It doesn't have anything that is unique and compelling that I at least was drawn to, that sort of made me like, yeah, now I want to play this. Like, for example, like, I like when the games sort of combine things. Like, for example, when I know I've been mentioning it a lot of times, but I really liked it, Terraformers. Like, how many colonized Mars games are there? Like a million games. So this was yet another colonized Mars game, but it played differently. It played like a card game, and I was like, okay, so here's a colony builder that plays like a card game where you draw cards, and then based on those cards, that's different structures you can build, and you have to manage your resources, and that's suddenly, it's interesting because it's new. Or Ozymandias, the same developer, also like a small game, but that was just, you played it and it was like, that's really comfortable that you can just play through a game and it takes 1.5 hours and then done. Not 50 hours, just a little bit, and then you've played the game. And that was sort of a unique take on it, and I like that. And it's just, that's kind of what I'm looking for generally, is what is the compelling, what is the what's it called in business? It's the unique selling point. It's right. That's your unique value proposition. What is it that you do better than anyone else, or this game does better than any other game? Like Dyson Sphere, like the magnificent galactic scale, the performance, the logistics, the visuals, like there are so many things that just make this absolutely amazing. So if someone wanted to compete with Dyson Sphere, it's tough because it does so many things really well. And then we can also see another genre that's also being sort of factory games that are voxel factory games. I go like, wow, we've also seen a few of those, haven't we? Well, that got us 8 million. Should we just be happy about that and hurry up and rush away? I think there's been a few recent updates to Terraformers. I was thinking about checking it out again. Yeah. Snow piles. Yeah, there's no snow piles. But hey, they're all good. If they work, they work. We'll put them in our pocket. All the snow piles. I don't know how soil piles sort of technically work. Alright, let's go back. 8 million. That seems like usable amount. We can always come back and get the other 8 million. Yeah, so that's what I'm looking for in a game, and having something that's plays differently or is unique or better than anything else. Like, let's say Darkest Dungeon, right? Darkest Dungeon 2, okay, it of course has the pedigree from Darkest Dungeon 1, so there's that. But if you just look at it, like, the art style is super cool and unique. The setting, like this Lovecraftian, is better made Lovecraftian than anything else. It just is. Because one of the things, if you've read anything of Lovecraft, is that the writing style is exactly the same as in Darkest Dungeon. There are a sentence, there'll be 3 words in a 5-word sentence that I'm not familiar with, that are certainly not part of my active vocabulary, and that's the essence of H.P. Lovecraft, that it's big words for and archaic words and that is really cool. And Darkest Dungeon does that as well. So it does that, and then the narrator, the story, like all those things. But if you strip that away, it's not much different from, let's say, a Slay the Spire or something. Like there's some tactical combat, and you have some actions, and there's some probabilities that you need to manage. But yeah, I think that if you just that's why there has to be something. But Darkest Dungeon, I'm so compelled by it. Whoops. Wonder where the rest of them went. Oh well, they're gone now. And ta-da! That was one. Huh? Why is this not working? Oh, it's not working because it needs to be kickstarted. And then they got it. So what else? What other games do we feel has something unique to offer? Preferably games that we are somewhat familiar with here. Like Valheim, for example. Let's just reiterate on some of the things that I find to be unique in Valheim. Yes, it's super grindy, and it's a colony survival game, right? So those are a dime a dozen. Maybe not, but there are certainly others in the same category of this survival. But Valheim just looks so great, and the grind is so rewarding, and like the systems we talked about yesterday about the systems, then like those systems, like the smoke system was just working really well, the water system was working really well, and just made it really pleasant to be in that world. Weather as well, like the rain, the wind, that kind of thing is super cool. Yeah, Manalord seems to me, and I don't know much about it, but my sort of initial take was when I looked at it was like it looks like a game that wants to do everything. And now I'm just making sure that I don't do the same mistake that I did last time I was here. No. And like everything is like, and therefore, and I don't know how to say this, but it's not like, it seems like there are a lot of systems, and in order to sort of model a lot of different cases, and that seems to be one of the things that they're really just focused on. Like, oh, but what about this crop rotation and in the something, and then it was like there's just so many subsystems, and I don't really like those kind of games. Like Victoria 3, I know a lot of people, not a lot of people, some people have asked me what I want to play it, and that's a very hard no. When you have submenus to submenus to submenus, and then you just have full pages of modifiers that affect the thing, no, that doesn't seem like a game. Yeah, if you look at Darkest Dungeon, I know I take the games that I love because I love them, and I love them because they have this, but it's incredibly simple. Like a token, you can understand what a token does, and if there's a new token, you can understand it. Yet the emergent gameplay from these tokens of managing the turn sequence, the probabilities, the tokens, all those things, just suddenly become incredibly advanced, even though the building blocks, it's like working with Legos. Like Legos are super simple, but you can make advanced stuff out of it, and that's what I really like. I don't like when the systems are complicated, and that's where the complication becomes in, do you even understand what's going on? I think also that's why I like Cosmotier. Like the way that you can say, like, resources can be assigned, and they can be assigned from this to this. That's very simple. People can be assigned from this to this. You don't have to, but you can. And then the emergent behavior is that suddenly you have incredibly complex logistics you can build, and you can optimize things in completely different ways if you just use these very simple rules. And then of course there's the exerting it to, or battle testing it to see if your theory actually holds. So I love it when the mechanics and things are simple, and then the strategies become complicated because they're so simple. Like, poker is a chess. Like, it doesn't take long to explain the rules of chess, like how each piece moves, and it's even quite complicated because you kind of have to remember how they all move if you don't know anything about it. But there's nothing like, oh, but the rook get +2 movement if the queen has done this, but you can also buy this buff that makes, I don't know, right? So simple rules and complex strategies. I'm not sure. Captain is a... What? Captain is entered the chat. What? Many games tend to require a lot of micromanagement. Not necessarily micromanagement, but it just becomes a really big part of sort of the game mechanics that isn't really that interesting. Like, ultimately many games just do the same thing. Like, oh, you need some people farming, and they will be farming some stuff, and once they... Oh, I missed something here. Your peasants are farming, and once they're... Oh, the soil pile. It's the soil pile that's out. Oh, no. So that was 8 million. Oh, well. We'll just go back to the other one. We still had the soft pole we didn't flatten. More snow piles. Oh, no. En passant, it is not that complicated. Inventory. There. Maybe hypothetical edge cases that sort of it's more like in chess, it's more like the tournament rules of, like, which I didn't even think of it, but then I saw, I don't know, I fell in a YouTube hole, and then I saw sort of like the biggest cheats in chess or some silly thing like that. Yes, I clicked on a clickbait. It's Hikaru. Hikaru is always good, but it was just something, and I go like, oh yeah, that's actually true, that because when you play Blitz, it's moving pretty damn quick, and if you move your piece and then hit the clock, but your piece is not centered, then you want to go back and fix it, but while you go back and fix it, the other one has taken their turn, and now it's your turn, and you are just adjusting your piece. You should adjust your piece before you hit the clock, but now you touched it, so you have to move it. But I was just adjusting it, Yeah, tough luck. Like, those kind of things where like that's become more of a tournament rules than actual chess rules. I did play Don't Starve like once a bit. I didn't like it. I think I think you have to fall in love with the graphics and the art style, and I actually didn't like the art style. So a game like that, it doesn't work if you don't like the art style. And yeah, so, and the humor and stuff like that. It's kind of the same as Oxygen Not Included. Not the same style, but also the same publisher, and even the same developer. But it's just, you can't play it just for it's not like Factorio where you can say it looks awful but I like it. How much do we have, soil pile? 5 point something. Yeah, it should be nice. Yeah, Clay's done amazing games. Clay is also a really good gaming company, I would say. Like they're self-publishing, and they're just, yeah, they're being very straightforward. They make good games. They support them for a very long time, and they're not sort of riding like the popular waves. It's not like they're making MOBAs or team shooters and that kind of thing. They're making their own thing, and they're going with their own style, and they'd rather be sort of come up with something new than just riding the trend. It's not like, oh, now Slay the Spire is popular, let's make a Slay the Spire clone. Alright, we're gonna wait for this to get in so we can get a little bit more. Here they come. And 6.5. What's it called? What? It's crazy how Slay this one. Griftlands. Oh right, that was such a junk game. I forgot it. Well, good. Yeah, I played it, and I tried wanting to like it. I did not succeed, as you can hear. Hmm? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There, that's the limit. Like Riot Games MMO is just something that doesn't make any sense. Well, it does make sense from a commercial, but it doesn't make sense that I would find it interesting. But I like the League of Legends world. And of course, particularly now that they have sort of, they started out by being silly, and then they retconned it into something that was usable, and then they've been spending a lot of effort on world building, like Arcane, for example, and then now it's a very serious world, and very, very well made and very rich. How? How? Really? There, you bastard, you. Ta-da! Invisible Ink, yeah. Yeah, but it was, I would still say it's different enough that it didn't feel like the same game. It also just didn't really catch on. You know, I don't know. Maybe it's really difficult to figure out if a game is successful or not. Because from a content creator perspective, it seems like games just only live for like 2 weeks and then they're gone. But of course, they still keep selling, and then there's a summer sale, and then there's a DLC, and then there's something else. And like, I don't know if Captain of Industry is a success, financial success. I would hope it is, and I think it is. Other games you might know, Riftbreaker. I played all of the Riftbreaker. And hello, Eject. I did sponsored stream before for the launch, for the pre-launch, for the launch, for the DLC as well. So yep. And I see that they're coming up with a new DLC. I'll say that if they offer a sponsorship, I will play it. If they don't offer a sponsorship, I will see if I have anything else at that time. Because it was pretty cool to get into, but once you played through the whole thing, it was like, it's not as much of a factory game as they made it out to be, and it just becomes a really quite repetitive and spammy. I think that Riftbreaker has intrinsic problem that they kind of sit between two chairs, and sometimes when you merge two genres it can be beautiful, sometimes you are neither. So they want to do like the third person action and shoot 'em up, the hack and slash, and they want to do a colony builder. So how do you do that? But the problem is that what makes a good hack and slash is the fact that there's this pressure and you gotta push forward all the time to be successful. Like, you just push and keep going, and then there's this intensity, and which is quite the contrary from a factory city builder where you need to be you need to have all the time in the world, so you can just tinker and landfill and planet if that's what you feel like. And when you start combining those two on top of each other, then it just becomes, oh, there's an attack incoming, but I don't have enough power. Should I figure out how to turn mud into things, and then I could also, but I could have these plants that automatically generate, but I could then like, nah, fuck it, solar panels, blah, move on, out, shoot, and then there's just no point in, I'm saying half, but it's about 20% of the tech that they have that's relevant. You don't need it, and you don't have time to tinker with it because there's always pressure, and that's a shame. And then when they add a new DLC or new DLC with more tech and more monsters, I go like, I didn't have time to research the rest, and I didn't have time to try them out, so now you just added 50% on top that I still don't have time to test and try. So, and I think that's an unfortunate consequence of the way they chose to combine things. And I don't know how what the solution would be, but it just feels like it's not, for me, it's not really working super well. Hello, Hockey Town. Also, it doesn't have so much as other games you normally play, which makes it problematic for a streaming style. Yeah, it absolutely. That is a really good point. Because of the intensity of it, then I just don't have time to sort of sit and chat and figure out what we want to do. Yeah, you're really good point about that. Like the stuff we do now, I can just sit here and ramble on about whatever comes to mind, and it's not like I'm gonna get killed in the meantime. It's fine to have like bursts of activity where I focus on that, and then bursts of nothingness, a burst of nothingness. Sounds like it approached the same problem. Eden Rising faces differently. Riftbreaker went for the more external pressure. Eden Rising accepted it and doubled down on manual triggering. Yes, and if you think about it from a from Satisfactory perspective, like Satisfactory also has some exploration, but you choose when you want, and nothing happens until you choose to go out. And then you might feel like you're forced because you need to expand your factory, but you can still choose when you go out and attack and go out on a murder hobo spree. And I think that's a good design decision, because it means that the player has the choice instead of 2 minutes until next attack. And I go like, all right, I can't figure out how mud refining works in 2 minutes, so solar panels it is. And then you have to repair after the next attack, and then research, and there's just, it's really intense, which is a different kind of style. So, and also just maybe not fit very well for me. So, but I really I enjoyed it, and I do enjoy it. It just doesn't have hundreds of hours worth of optimization in it. For me, it probably has a lot of depth, but good suggestion on game. The non-TD open world crafter parts of Eden Rising. I don't even know it. Open world crafter. I can recommend Eden Rising. Okay. Yeah, I don't know Eden Rising. So for this Midnight Suns that's coming out tomorrow, I don't know if anyone's been following it or something, but what I find the most interesting about this game is not the game itself, but Christopher Odd, who is a content creator, who is one of the 2 content creators who inspired me to become a YouTuber. The other one is of course Day 9. And so if from a YouTube perspective it's Christopher Odd, and from a streaming perspective it is Day 9. And he makes good old school let's plays. Like takes a game, plays it from one end to the other, learns it, masters it, explores it, goes to the corners, tells the story, gets engrossed in it. It's really good old school from start to finish let's play. But anyway, the point that's interesting is that he, for the last many months, he has been the content creator for Firaxis. So he has done like short showcases of mechanics, of heroes, and now he's started his let's play before the game is released. And their official Twitter was like, oh, are you looking forward to the game and maybe you find it daunting? Check this video out. And then Christopher Odd had made a video on their channel with beginner tips and that kind of thing, and I think that's super amazing. The interesting thing is, how does that kind of relationship work? Because on the one hand, the content creator Christopher Odd gets extreme benefits from it. Like, he will obviously be the one resource that everyone will go to because he got the game before everyone else. He has the inside scoop, he has everything. On the other hand, he's also just doing a shit ton of work for them in terms of marketing. So how do you set up the pricing for that, right? Because it's very valuable for the company, but it's also very valuable for him. And that's kind of the thing. Like, I'd like to know how that deal is put together. Now, I don't think he has gotten the absolute maximum he can, because he doesn't seem to be in it for the money. And so yeah, I'm just thinking, like, that's really interesting. Like, it's, of course there's a mutual benefit, but I would imagine that when he makes a video for them on their channel, that is a fixed. But the fact that he has been doing on his own channel like a 5-minute showcase of a hero every time, that's how the game has released the new heroes. They've announced the new hero by linking to his YouTube channel, where he made a 5-minute showcase of Doctor Strange, Wolverine, Iron Man. Like, every one of them was presented with a 5-minute video on his channel. So that's directly, the game company just pushes everyone to his channel. Massive value for him. But still, that's paid work. It's interesting. I just find it interesting, right? Because obviously, let's say, like, Factorio wants to have some content creator coverage of their upcoming release, and they happen to contact me and go like, "Hey, we're working on the DLC, as you know, and we'd like to have some content creator do some kind of showcase of some of the new mechanics, so people can sort of get a taste for it. Would you like to do that? Only if you pay me." Like I can't. What would I say, right? I mean, like, you want me to work for free, for exposure, for you? Pfft, I'll play the game when it's out, if it's in a discount. Pfft. Like, it's, I mean, this is the same kind of relationship. He is the resource on XCOM, so of course they know him. But like, that's the same for Factorio. I'd like to be paid for doing advertisement for them, but on the other hand, it's kind of gonna help my channel if they would be, "Hey, would you like to do every month a 5-minute video on one of the new features that we are including in the upcoming expansion?" I might be able to find the time for that, right? I might be able to. Might work for exposure for that. So, how much soil pile do we have left? 3 point something. Is it worth it to drive traffic to you? Generally, no. Generally not. Of course, exposure is something, but it's not as valuable as it's made out to be. And even if it is, then that's just not how it works. Like, you pay for you pay for stuff, right? A big part of it is, of course, also who is contacting the other party, right? And of course, like with WoW, we would be very much surprised if they decided to go out and pay creators. That's kind of doesn't really fit with their style, and they've been very successful not doing it. So. But they did invite me some time ago. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They did invite me to come to the office. And then, you know, Corona. And they was like, yeah, let's do another time. And then kind of stopped playing. You do it for a copy of the expansion? Nope, I would definitely not do it for a copy of expansion. I might do it for free, but I wouldn't do it for a pittance. There's a big difference. Like, For example, the merchandise for the Satisfaction merchandise. I was contacted by the guy from Heroic Replica, the guy who made it, and he was like, hey, do you want some? I can send you some. And I was like, that's really cool, but I want to pay for it. So I bought it, and then I didn't wait until the very end. So he sent it to me, but I paid for it. Because I didn't want to get it for free, because then if I was looking, I go like, oh, look how good it is. Yeah. Because then I was like, I'm doing promotion for $50. Like, no, I don't work for $50. That's not my fee for doing promotions. So if I pay for it and if I like it, then I'll do a promotion because I like the product. But I won't do it for a free plushie. And that's the difference, right? Like, it could either be, hey, we'll pay you something to promote this, and then I would be like, yeah, it's just a sponsorship. Like, they could be, enjoy refreshing Red Bull sponsored by, but it's not. Unfortunately. But I think that's just, I don't know. Spiny foam, spiny foam, spiny foam. There we go. There, that's the one. I got away with just landfilling this planet and no one said anything about it. Ha. And let's get some of these. So this will be, let's see, what is this one? It's producing 50 per second. It's 40 of these quantum things. So that is 1 every 2 seconds, so that's 1 every second, so it's 40, so it's consuming 40 so this is consuming 120 per second. What about our production statistics? What are we mining here? Production, consumption. Yeah, well, let's look at it on a 1 minute cycle. It's looking like we are consuming what we have. Like, it doesn't seem like we could double it, for example. Oops. I think we could double it. I think we could. I'm not sure we have enough soil pile for it. Yeah, I know I have my break, but this is so quick. Oh, it also just not gonna be happening because I don't have 120 of those quantum things more. These are normal ones. Let's go requests. Quantum. They'll be here when we get back after the break for another hour of Dyson Sphere program. There. and I will be back in 2 minutes. See you guys in a bit. Hello, welcome back. Yep, I'm back. Yeah, so regarding the final stream, yeah, I think so. I was kind of gauging how it's going today and how sort of the interest is, and to be honest, I think the interest we have today is slightly above if this was just let's chat, just chatting stream, because we've been just chatting mostly and building, and it's really nice. It's very nice and comfortable to do this in this game. But I think with the fact that Valheim is, well, in my book, new and exciting, and Ixion coming out next week, and Midnight Suns and all that stuff as well, then I think it's also time for us to put this on the shelf so that I can we don't know when the new update comes out, and this logistics update was kind of a bonus thing, and I think that they made the logistics update, they've sort of had it on the backlog, and they were like, alright, since we can't make the new update, the Dark Fog update right now, then let's get the logistics out, and that'll be an upgrade and people will enjoy it, and then they'll sort of buy us the 3 extra months we need for this. And that means yes, it's 2023 that's projected, but it might not be second half of 2023. It could be before the Chinese New Year. That's when they've been releasing before. So that could be end of January, for example, or it could be in February or something. And if that's the case, then I would also like to, I didn't get enough. I have 20 remaining. Yeah. Then it would also be nice to sort of put it on the shelf, leave it a bit, and then come back to it. And whether it's going to be January or it's going to be June, then we need to wrap it up, forget about it, build up interest, come back and go like, oh, the music, oh, look at the sunset, oh, look at this, all that good stuff. The Ixion demo first look, yeah, please do. Please do. It needs more views. It actually did really well for me. $87,000 views, pretty good, but no new views. But I'll be making some coverage of it next week, obviously, and that coverage will be the first look stream, it'll be the second first look, and it'll be a YouTube video. And I think that YouTube video will be the start of a Let's Play, because I think that deserves a lot of coverage. I'm kind of, I don't know, what do you guys think? Now you can help me decide. So, Ixion coverage, of course I'm going to play it here on Twitch, but what am I going to do for YouTube? Like usually I would do something that complements. I would, if possible, I do something the same way that Dyson Sphere or Valheim, where I sort of tell the same story but ultra compacted. But I just don't think that's the case, because I think it's more of a story mode that you play through the story. So I can like, do I play the same story or what? That's kind of yeah, I don't know, because I do feel that it belongs also on YouTube. It kind of depends on how much factory game there is to it. Because if, like, Factorio, Satisfactory, Dyson Sphere Program, Captive Industry, they have no story. There's just the game. The tech tree is progressing the game, and that's it. But this one seems to have like stories and games and that, and if it's more story driven, so that it'll be like, okay, for the next mission you need to get these 3 upgrades, and then you work towards getting the upgrades, and when you get the upgrades, go like, yay, next mission. Okay, for this mission you need to build 2 sectors. Okay, build. And then sort of everything is controlled, more like a StarCraft or Warcraft campaign. Then it's gonna be the same play, or maybe it's not. I don't know. A journey through. But the point is that Let's Play is something people search for. Have you ever considered? Oh, come on. Yeah. There we go. Thank you, Nightbot, on the spot. Let's get the hell out of this planet, and I should just write here. This one is nanotubes 150. No, 300 nanotubes. There and back again, an engineer's tale. Real engineer plays Ixion. Yeah. Core keeper. I don't know what that means, but just trying other games, like every game that you're wondering. No, it's just that everyone asks me about RimWorld, and I don't. I think it's actually not because of me. It's because of the moderators, that they went like, all right, we can't send him off on a rant all the time. So we need to make sure that we can answer the question before he starts ranting about RimWorld, I think. Right. Why, oh why do we have more stuff now? Now it's 2 of these. Didn't we have something we wanted to do like long ago in a galaxy far, far away? Alright, let's figure out the reason why this is not working. This is 10 steps forward, 9 steps backwards. This progress. Graphite? Maybe. Checking out your Oxygen Included videos. My impression is that it's similar to RimWorld. I don't know. Oxygen Included is super fun. I'm sure that RimWorld is super fun as well. There's just something about it that rubs me the wrong way. Hello, Bot Everlist. Yes, hello, Bot Everlist. Good one, Epic. I don't know. I'm sure PLS failing too. Yeah, that's just because I've been building several locations that each request 100 PLS, so it's just wearing out. Oh, did I bypass? No, I didn't. Oops, there is. No way. No way. Why are they not? That's it. Rage quit. Everlist and Fat Dragon. Between oxygen not included and Cosmeteer. I would say that Cosmeteer is more current, so there's more coverage of that right now, and it's also much more accessible. Like oxygen not included is really deceptive, and it is because it looks so cute, and oh, and then it's just killing you. All right, magnets it is. Goddamn magnets. Well, are we importing magnets here, or are we supposed to be making magnets? I guess we were supposed to be making magnets, right? Yeah, we are, but we suck. Okay, so let's bring some magnets in instead. Oh, we are. Local demand? No, we'll do it the other way around. Whoops. But you absolutely have to do it both ways. There. And then I need to make more magnets, and there is only one place to make magnets at this point, and that is at wasn't it Barthak we built at? Or was it on Lorenzo Lewis? Ah, it was Lorenzo Lewis and the inner one, or should I? There, that's the one. Speed up and fly away. The robot monsters fighting each other, but with an absolute insanely difficult, brutal difficulty curve. Ah, congregate. I'm really surprised at how well my Cosmeteer videos perform. I have spent today like 3 hours designing and testing. So I hope that I have time to make another Cosmeteer video tomorrow for... Oh, I met a ship. I met a level 15 ship that's called a Shrike. It had 6 parallel railguns and massive armor up front. It was so unfair. It was the most unfair ship I've seen. It's almost unfair as mine. That was pretty fucked up, that ship. Yeah, so at level 15 they get kind of dangerous. Here's the country. Whoop. Ah, damn it, you got me with your questions and such. Alright, what was it? Grounded is a game that looks simple and cute, but you die so easily in that game. Oh yeah, that's the where you're very small. Look at that. Oh right, this is the good news about coming back to this one is the fact that we can now make sure that we actually export the yellow signs. Ta-da! You have received this. Good. Six parallel railguns just fanning away. Yeah, it was yeah. And then on top of that it had like massive armor up front, so you couldn't just rail fan it yourself. It was I was looking at it and go like, what the hell am I supposed to do? Very orange. You need shield layering. It doesn't matter how many shield layering you have. 6 railguns have a. They can cut through a lot of shields. But I do have shield layering, obviously. Let's see, what is it we want? Oh, we just want to press a button. This button. I wonder what this button does. And magnets. I did leave that. Do you recommend having a production line for each individual component part and bring them together with PLS, or having larger production lines handling multiple components into more advanced products like green turbines? I have split things into, I think, 3 layers. There's the basic materials that that's like basic materials. That's what we're building here, like magnets, iron plates, copper plates, all those things, right? That's just basic stuff. These ones, there, and also diamonds and glass, not titanium alloy, crystal silicon, magnets, and there, and yeah, those are like basic stuff. I will always have that. I will build those on the planet where I have the raw resource, as I'm doing now. I'll not bring the raw resources to these locations. I'll build them where I have the resource. So then I have all the intermediates. Those are things that I will be producing because they've been needed for many different things. That's electromagnetic turbines, that's magnetic rings, that's processors, quantum chips. Quantum chips? Where are you? Quantum chips always disappears. Quantum chips. What else could we come up with on that domain? Titanium alloy, for example. Carbon nanotubes. Proliferators. Fuel cells, deuterium and antimatter. Yeah. And then I have everything else is only part of final products. So for example, Casimir crystals, that could be defined as an intermediate, or strange matter could be defined as intermediate. But since it's only being used by a few things, then I include it as part of that final thing. So for example, I never have a titanium crystal build. The titanium crystal will either be part of the yellow build or the Casimir crystals. The Casimir crystal build will always be part of and only be part of the plain filter build. So there are some things I'll never build by themselves. Like I'll never build plastic by itself. Plastic will be something that's part of the particle broadband, which is again only part of the purple science. And yes, I know there's a slightly use next to it, which I'll take care of separately. So I have these, let's say, more aggregate builds for science and final products that include some sub-products that I don't want to have like a specific demand for. Because anything that I define as a basic or intermediate, they are not allowed to be my bottleneck. I should always just have plenty of those, which is why that's the problem. And that's also how I do my designs. There you go. These intermediate products, PLS. That's all of the intermediate products that I have designs for now. Well, you happy? Yes, you're happy. And we will be exporting that out here. I think we need one more of those. Go. I wish Valve had an option for it. An option for what? I recommend it to play with don't drop items on death for the playthrough. Oh right, yeah. Yeah, I think that Valheim and V-Rising are incredibly unforgiving towards single players. And they really should do something about it, because it is It is so punishing. It's prohibitively punishing compared to how extremely trivial it is in multiplayer. And I just don't think that's good when a game says you can play with other people and then it becomes trivial in difficulty, or you can play yourself and it becomes not necessarily harder, but the punishment for dying is 10 times as bad. That's something that really annoys me. Because yes, you will die once in a while. In Valheim, in V-Rising. But it shouldn't be such a massive thing. So the way I'm looking at it is like, if you're playing with 4 people playing and 1 dies, then in V-Rising you can be resurrected, I think. Or the other ones can finish the boss, the fight without you. Feels V-Rising is a bit more punishing. Valheim is excruciatingly punishing if you end up in a location where you don't have and this is where if you don't have good portal management, you can end up in a very, very miserable position where you're like, oh, I died there, and then I have to now build a new ship, sail across the ocean that's full of serpents in order to get to my corpse, and you die on the way there, and now you have to build a new ship to get there because your previous one sank. And yeah, that's pretty damn miserable. So the solo play with Scroopa was right. Yeah, I don't know. Never played Terraria. Right, so let's also mark that. What is in each one? $80? Really? Is that true? Oh yeah, it is 80. Magnet. 80. And now it's time for us to go home. That is Viking. Just fly straight through the sun. What could possibly go wrong? Somewhere with maybe 4 hours a week to play, even though it's super punishing, I feel proud of being super prepared. Yeah, I agree, but I also like that you can prepare. You can put a portal nearby, you can clear some area, you can terraform the terrain to your advantage. Like for example, for Motor, it's super practical to just raise the terrain and have something to hide behind. Like there are some things that like goes into well prepared and giving all the buffs and the potions and all that stuff. I like that. That's a big part of the game, but you're still not guaranteed not to die, right? That's the thing, right? And if you die, then you might want it to be not the next 2 hours or the rest of the week's gameplay that have to be spent on corpse running. Yeah. This is the initial. Let's see, solar panels. Yeah. And then I need to go upgrade as in downgrade belts by 1 tile. Shit. That's not good. I thought I had enough. I did not. Where are they being brought to? That's really suspicious. Where are they going? To me? No? Oh, right, it is. Oops, damn it. Actually, I wanted that. They keep going in there because this one also doesn't have enough. Well, that should guarantee that anything that comes out. I think it'll be better in Valheim if you drop your life skills XP. It's not soul crushing to lose it, and you're basically only down your weapon damage bonus. How much damage? I mean, I've seen that when you die it says like skills decrease, but I don't know how much that is. A magical crate with portal pockets using wisps. I don't know, something. Yeah, well, not using wisps because it doesn't. If it only comes at the very end of the game, then it's a bit useless. Let's have backup. Always keeps barefoot too. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, if you're going into a new zone, like I have now fully upgraded all my copper items and bronze items, so I am as equipped as I can at my current tech level to go into the swamp. When I go into the swamp, the Draugr are absolutely gonna wreck me. So when I'm gonna go up against bone mass and die to bone mass or a shitty abomination or something like that, and I have to go back and equip my bronze items to do a corpse run, I still can't fight my way there. I still have to run. It's just that I might just take a little bit less damage. But then I run over and I click the icon thing, and then I don't pick everything up because I have an inventory full of other stuff. So actually it is kind of risky to have items while corpse running, because you might not be able to pick up everything. Alright, I think we can remove this silly thing. And how many do we have now? 70, 71, 71. Oof. I love that. See Dyson Sphere, how big it is. Few points, don't know if it's every skill. It hurts a lot on skills that raise very slowly, like swimming and blocking. Yeah, well, I block a lot, so that helps. And these are all belt mark 2. There are no belt mark 3s anywhere. So this is downgraded. Therefore I copy. And I replace this one. Ta-da! And now that's upgraded on my Google Drive. And I think the red ones and the blue ones I can probably do myself. Which means I now have content for a few masterclasses that I can throw out there whenever the time allows. Why do they look different? They do look different on the belt here, right? Odd. Odd. I plugged during most fights and still already get to 30 plus, yeah. So this is a nice little one. I actually wanted to do another build. Don't know if we have the time for it. We can try. Because that's the other half of it. This is not enough space. Do we have anywhere with more space? Yeah, there. Alright, so first question is, if I am just starting to build my yellow science, and then you come in here and say, oh, he has a yellow science build. Awesome. You stamp it down and go like, yeah, but what about my organic crystals? And then I say, fear not. I also have a blueprint for that. And that's the one I don't have. But I kind of have it because it's kind of here. These two are kind of it. So I want to test to see what that would look like, because later on it's just organic crystals, skip the intermediate. And first of all, I need to figure out how much it is. So I get, come on calculator. All right, I'll just take one of the other ones. So I need to produce 5 divided by 1.2. That means I am producing 4.167 titanium crystals divided by proliferation. That's 1.2 proliferation. That means I produce 3.47 without proliferation, and each one requires 1 organic crystal. That means I need to produce 3.472 organic crystals. Chemical plant, I guess. And they take 6 seconds. So I have 3.47222 times 6. That's 21. Already getting to be a pretty good one. I have already saved you from it. I have it here. You can just download these two. They are even nicely packaged as 501 and 508 entities, so they're both less than 600 entities, which is what you have at this moment. So you do that, and that gets you 2 per second. I just want to make 3.4722 per second. Technically a little bit more. Hold on, shouldn't I also be 3.47222 divided by 1.2, because I'm going to proliferate this as well, times 6. That's actually only 18. Good. And each one of these requires 2 plastic. Oh dear. Okay. Times 2. So I need 5.78 plastic per second divided by 1.2, because it's also going to be proliferated. That means need 5.822 plastic per second. This takes 3 seconds, so times 3. That's 14 of these, 15. I'm kind of unsure whether this is correctly made. Right, what does this require? This requires some light oil. Doesn't this also require? This also requires light oil. Ugh. That's a lot of light oil for this. And water and graphite. Graphite we can always get in, and water we can get in. Let me just mark that out as inputs. Water is an input, graphite is an input. Water input. Graphite input. And oil input. Crude oil. That means hydrogen will be an output. Yeah, organic crystal production line, absolutely. Yeah, titanium alloy as well, yep. I need to figure out how many I need for this. So if I'm producing 4.82 plastic, then I divide it by the proliferation. That would mean it would produce 4.02 without proliferation involved times 2, because you need 2. So that's 8.4 light oil per second for this part here. And then we need the other part. This was... There's no way I can remember these numbers. I have 18 of these, so 18, and they produce one every 6 seconds. That means I produce 3 per second here, times proliferation times 1.2. Yeah, that's 3.6, and it was 3.47. That's the output. That is 2.89 times 2 input times 1 in. Okay, so that's another 2.89. Light oil for organic crystal. 2.89 plus 8.04, that is 10.93. And we need, nope, none of that. Let's take you out. That one. Go. Unfortunately, this is one too many ingredient, because we also need that one. Yep, that sucks. Although I do have a little plan for it, but I don't know if that's a good one. We'll see. Basically, if we could sort of build it as one combined that goes in here, then it would basically go in and continue on the next, instead of just being its own self. There, are they coming? Nope. Burn the hydrogen? Yeah, I'm gonna burn it, but I can't burn it inside the build. That would require that I could guarantee a certain power production rate, and I can't. There. Alright, so each one of these before proliferation. Are we proliferating this shit? Yeah, I think we are. So divided by 1.2, that is 9.10 here, and this is producing 1 every 2 seconds. So I need times 2. So I need 18 point something. I need 19 of these. 19 is like a horrible number. There, this is the build. It's a bit big. It looks like it fills 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, like that. Does seem pretty reasonable, to be honest. Like this one. So between these two, that could be done. It's not horrible. It's a prime number. That makes it very, very horrible. Doing something with symmetry axis and a prime number. Good luck with that. I'm suspecting this one is just not enabled since it's always one of them off. I don't know. Let's build you down here and then take all this away. And let's see, 25 wide, 5 plus, if I do, one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Plus 12 is 23, so it's actually okay. So maybe this doesn't make any sense, but I wanted to see this is the maximum width I can allow the build to be. So it, no matter what, it cannot be wider than this. No exceptions. So that means, can we build something that would be? That's okay, but is this okay? Might be. It would still need to be 3 inputs, outputs, and then it overlaps on the middle. So that is definitely not a thing. That means I could either do like what if we do it this way? Yeah, now there's plenty of space. But I also need to lead something beyond that. Let's see. Again, 19 is not the greatest number. 20 is not even a good, well, 20 is a good number. That's 5 by 4. We're gonna have oil outbound, and we're gonna have this one bound and something else. Oh yeah, water and graphite. If I go here, then I need one going back with no proliferation. This is just the hydrogen going back, and then going forward would be the light oil. And the oil coming in here. It probably doesn't even need to do that. It could also just go in down the middle and then lead back. See, let's proliferate this and see if we this is the best. This is where I like to have it. This, I can do it here. And if I do that, then I can actually do all the way back here. Oh, wow, that's disgusting. Okay, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, even like this, it still takes a stupid amount of space. And this is the most optimistic build we can come up with. And this is the output, and this is the output, which now have to merge into 3 lanes of 7, or 3 lanes of 5, or maybe 5 lanes of... Maybe 5 lanes of 3 is a thing. What about double section used next to each other? No, I don't. I don't do that. So there might be a point where we'd have to build it half as big as we want and then build 2 of them, because this is definitely going to be too big. This is not even the right number, was it? It was 18 in total, so this is completely irrelevant. Yeah. 18. 18 is 16 plus 2. Use quantums. At what point am I going to build this? This is for the very first structure matrix where you go, yay, I want to build this. How do I build it? Okay, I need this. Okay, I need some organic crystals. Shit, I don't have warpers. I can't get any organic crystals. I guess I have to make organic crystals. Okay, then not quantum. So we will never be making this with quantum, because at that point we'll just harvest this from a random planet. No, we don't need a command. It's a fair enough point if this is a late game build, but it's not. It's a early game build. Building it half as big might be an option. Oh shit, I have to remember this is... Hold on, this is also not correct. It has to go into this part first. And... was it 8.04 divided by 2 times 1.4, 1.2? That's 4.8, 4.8, and they are times 3. So I need 15 of these. But why would you produce organic crystals late game? I know. Exactly, yeah. Well, you could build it with quantums in mind, so it is easy to upgrade, but you would never upgrade it. This is literally something you build from your reach. This is the very first build in order to build this. This is why I built it as a separate build, because it's going to be outdated very soon. Then you get the interstellar with your first yellows, and you're happy. You get out to other planets, then you get your first warper. When you get the first warper, the very first thing you want to do is get organic crystals and sulfuric acid, so you don't have to make that mess again. And then from there on, you will never make sulfuric acid or organic crystals, because you'll always just be mining it. So that's one of those things that it'll never be upgraded. It'll be derelict. That's what it will be. I don't even know if I have the old one yet. Or still. Yeah, I do have it still. I still have it churning out the old build here. This is a nice build. Like this 12 plus 12? Oh, because they're not proliferating. Okay, that's probably a good move here. That's a really nice build. Who built this? Quantum help with graphene and nanotubes, but that's about it. Yeah. What else? Nothing else, I guess. Nope. Nanotubes, yes. Graphene, yep. That's it. You're right. There are not that many recipes here. Okay. 2 times 1.2. I'm just. This build might actually be all of what we wanted. 12 plastic unproliferated into 12 organics unproliferated. Let's unproliferate our stuff. One of these is taking 2 plastic every 6 seconds. One of these is producing 1 plastic every 3 seconds. Of course. And if I have 12 of these, then I produce 2 per second, and then at the end I proliferate it and get... No, I need... Oh shit, I need to... Yeah, we do need to kind of proliferate it, don't we? But we could. If we add a proliferation step here, that means the output is going to be proliferated. That means this design from here and backwards is producing 2 per second. But if I proliferated with the green proliferator, which is what we have at this point, I would get 2.4. 2.4 is half of the 4.8 I'm looking for. Am I looking for 4.8? No, I'm not looking for 4.8. Damn. So it kind of have to build like this build times 1.5. It's kind of doable. Don't you need 2.7? No, I need 2.98 or something. 2.89 something. I can't remember. I can't even remember anymore. Oh. No, it was 3.4722. Yes. That's the output. But that's not the output, the input. Oh, fuck me. Why do I do math at 4 minutes to? This is something I'm going to have to sit and wonder about at some point. Yeah, too late for fractions. Yeah, too late for decimals. It's certainly not something I can solve in the next 4 minutes. Yeah. And, well, I do think that it even though it's not really like a good place to round off this series, I do think that it's come to a point where I'd rather be playing something else and just chatting when we have something else. Since we have Valheim and we have Ixion coming next week, then it's going to be really difficult for me to squeeze in extra days of Dyson Sphere because I'll be having those both of those games that I want to play. Yeah, so I think we'll be putting this on a break. I'll still be throwing out an occasional video on YouTube. I'll be come a long way on this series. Oh, absolutely. Hey, Kinda Cube, good evening. We absolutely have, considering where we started, and it all started with the subathon. The subathon is now 100 hours. Well, let's just see how many hours we're in. 130 hours in. That's one hell of a subathon. So, do you have a build for particle containers, or should I just incorporate them into? I don't have a build for particle. Do I have a build for particle containers? Yes, I do. I do, and I just presented a new YouTube video for it yesterday. Have you looked at Transport Fever? Yeah, a long time ago when it was new. Transport Fever? Transport Fever? Maybe. I don't know. Doesn't. Maybe. I was thinking like Transport something else. Transport Fever? I think I have. I think so. Clearly it hasn't made a big impression. So, that is it for today. Tomorrow we'll be playing some Darkest Dungeon 2 because I like that game. I'll miss watching you do counting with... I'll do counting in other games. Don't worry. No worries. Getting to see DSP all the way through. Thanks for taking it so long. Thank you, Epic. And don't worry. We'll... next week we have Ixion coming, so that's going to be really new and exciting. And we also have... Valheim, which I find at least very exciting and fun. and also a bit of Cosmoteer once in a while, at least on YouTube. Don't know if we'll be having more. Astro Colony is not a game that I am interested in. I played it and I did not like it, so not gonna see that here on the channel anymore. So that's a big no. But Ixion, yes, yeah. So anyway, thank you all for joining. It was super awesome. I hope to see you tomorrow for some Darkest Dungeon, or on Sunday for some Valheim. No stream on Saturday because I am going to a Christmas party by car, so no drinking for me. Good night, take care, and see you tomorrow. Good night.